February 11th. We're calling the Groton Town Council Committee of the whole meeting to order. It is 6:32 p.m. All right, we're going to do roll call. Looks like we have everybody present. Up first is calendar and communications. Councilor Merritt, do you have anything you would like to share this evening?
Oh, not at this time.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I just, what do I have? Just have received some communications still regarding personnel and appointments, regarding Mr. Pritchard, also Mr. Fistel, and concerns about how our process is going with that. I've been attending pretty much every Board of Ed budget meeting, either in person or online. What else do I have? I think I had one other thing. I think that's pretty much it for now. And yeah, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not have anything to pass today.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone at Thrive 55. I was able to attend the Super Bowl event on Saturday with Councilor Parker, and it was a fantastic event, as always. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, a couple weeks ago, we did the town manager review, and last week we could comment on it, and I was just remiss in not making a comment, and I felt like I missed that opportunity, and I wanted to just correct that. I just wanted to thank, excuse me, our town manager, John Burt, for his responsiveness, his guidance in many different issues that we call on him for, his knowledge, and just being a town manager we can be proud of, and just thank you for all the help that you give and leadership you have in your team underneath you. So, this.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Nothing new to report this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the first United Way Walk Up Entry at Thrive 55 with Councilors Russ, Jones, myself, Parker, and Pacino. And then following that, I chaired the first property reuse committee for Pleasant Valley with Councilor Pacino. So those are my two things, and same various communications others have received.
Thank you. Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would be remiss in saying that I did attend a TVCCA meeting on January 28th. I will type my minutes up for the council and send them by Thursday. There will be a 60th anniversary, and everything's posted on the TVCCA website and on their Facebook page. I attended the Black History Month celebration at Mystic that was held by Kevin Booker, Bruce Flax of the Chamber of Commerce, Union Baptist Church, and No Ink Library. The kids did a wonderful job from More Than Words, and I want to thank all of them for their participation and to the speakers. I also attended the Super Bowl event, and I want to thank everyone that donated their soups and the chips and everything. It was a wonderful, about 115 people were in attendance, so even with the weather. Yesterday was the first United Way pop-up at Thrive 55. Other councilors have mentioned it, but I would be remiss in not mentioning that Mr. Burt was there, RTM members, Jackie Massett and J.C. Ambois was there too, to participate in volunteering. So that's all I have to report.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to take this time to just ask councilors. I was contacted by the city mayor because we have a budget season coming up. And typically we do a transportation 3-on-3 meeting with 3 people from the city and 3 people from the town council. And that should take place sometime in March. I would like to know if there's anybody on the council who would be interested in joining that. I'm going to write down.
Do you know the date?
I don't have a date yet.
I'm interested, obviously, depending on how the dates fall.
Right.
I'd be happy to help if the dates work out.
Yeah.
Same, but others can take precedent because I did it last year.
Okay.
Same.
Alrighty then. All right, great, thank you. And that's basically, I think we have a lot going on, so I think we'll just jump right into the agenda.
Point of information.
Yes.
If I may, I forgot to say something. I forget the name of it because I can't pull anything live up on my electronic, but Fitch High School had to postpone their music event due to the snowstorm, and it's going to be, I believe, the 13th, which I believe is Thursday. I forget the time. I went last year. It was amazing. It was all about culture and diversity, the students from the choir to the band, and I just, if you're interested in knowing the time, please go on the website to see that. It's 6 PM on the 13th, so if you're
Thank you.
interested, it was wonderfully done with all the music teachers last year, so.
All right, great, thank you. All right, up to approval of minutes. Counselor Parker, would you like to take that one?
I make a motion to approve the committee of the whole meeting minutes of January 28th, 2025. I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have moved by Parker, seconded by Gajewski. Anybody have any comments on any kind of changes to the minutes or issues? All right, not seeing any hands. We're going to take a vote to approve the minutes from 2025-119, January 28th, 2025 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes 9-0 to 0. Up next is new business. This is 2025-116, Board of Ed budget discussions. So this is going to be a joint meeting with the Board of Ed, and I believe we were going to go and sit down at the table so we can all sit together and have a conversation. So
We're going to move the clock down there, so I would ask that we take a brief recess just to get that all set up, and we're good to go.
okay, great. Glad you're on top of that. We're moving the clock, so we are going to take a quick recess, and it should hopefully be short just to move the clock, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Thank you.
Table and chair space.
Does red mean on or off?
It's on? Okay. Okay, so we're all set in here at the table together. The board needs to call their meeting to order, so we could have it as a joint meeting. And would you like to call it to order first?
I'd like to call the meeting of the Board of Education to order. This is Tuesday, February the 11th, 2025. It is almost 6:42, and it's a special meeting being held with the Town Council and the Chair of the RTM Education Committee.
Okay.
And present, we have Matt Schulman, Dean, Antipaz, Adrian, Jen, the superintendent, and Ian.
Okay.
And Andrea's online. And
Mike
Jay?
would be, and Jen.
Andrea's online and Jay's online.
Jay's not online?
JC is.
Okay.
No, that's me.
Mike Whitney's online
In case we
too.
need to project something, I can do that.
Okay. And as it was stated, we have JC Ambrose, the chair, the moderator for the RTM, and Jackie Massett from is it the Education Committee or from the RTM as well? So rules have been laid down between the chair and I that the presentation will happen from the superintendent because this is her budget and that's what we're getting a description of. And then we will go around and everybody will get one chance and 3 minutes apiece to share their thoughts and feelings on whatever they would like to share. So,
I'll start us off.
okay, presentation first?
Yeah, but I'll say a little something. And
Okay.
then I'll turn it over
Very
to the
good.
superintendent.
Very good.
Here we go again, another budget year. And the board thought this year developing the budget was going to be easier than last year and smoother. But unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, it hasn't been that way. So it's not a perfect budget, but as we go along, and because it's not a finished budget yet, it's gonna be as near perfect as possible with the help of the board members. And thankful for Susan and Ray Engel and Lori Lapine and the rest of their team. They were able to put together a budget, and we hope at the end of this process, we'll have a budget that will provide a holistic education for our students and without being a burden to the taxpayer. So we all have to work together, the board and hopefully the town council, and, do what's right for the students and for the taxpayers. I always have the taxpayers in mind too. So Susan will give you a brief overview of her budget, and then after that, the budget comes to the board, and the board will make reductions or additions to the budget, and then we'll come back in April 26th or something like that, with the final budget. Okay?
And I thank you. It really has been teamwork. What do they say in the Navy? One ship, one crew. And it really has been working with the team at central office with, the resignation of the business officer and then having some turnover in the business department. But I would say that the Board of Ed has done a wonderful job going through this with me and being able to point out some things that we've been able to make adjustments for. And make some changes in the way that we had done it before, like putting benefits in a district-wide place that's going to be showcased so that we can really look at the benefits separate. I guess we can turn the slide to highlights. And one of the highlights that I just had, and I know I give you my weekly update, so you can see some of those highlights. We're getting ready to do a School Matters newsletter that goes out to all the families. Oh, I'm sorry. So I would say that one of the highlights last week was that we have a partnership with Electric Boat. And with the vision of the graduate, what we're really hoping for our students is to be college and career ready. And with that, really, we're thinking about careers, finding their passions, the things they're good at, what they love to do. And having partnerships like EB has been wonderful. They run a boat program, and this boat program has 6 to 8 STEM lessons. Everything from pipe fitting to, measuring and doing all kinds of things that you would see happening, in producing a submarine. And we happen to be at Charles Barnum, which is our highest military enrolled student population. And we had CBS, it's going to be on the news, and I'll make sure that you receive that information. But we were able to watch the kids in action doing this pipe fitting, and the kids were interviewed and very engaged in their learning. You know, that hands-on learning where they're using their math and their science skills is so important. We have the boat program also at the middle school, and the boat program at the high school has actually afforded an opportunity for 2 of our students last year to get a job at EB prior to graduating, and a hard hat too. They had the big ceremony, the signing ceremony at Grosso, and it was really a pride moment. And I'm thinking, can we get, you know, I want to duplicate this and double the numbers, and seeing that. So all those partnerships between Project O, NES, and all the wonderful, you know, partners that we have in this community, we really do take advantage of. And they come into our schools and they teach, and we sometimes go on field trips and that kind of thing as well. But we really, as Beverly said, we really are looking at making sure that we have a holistic approach to education and that all kids' needs are met. Kind of equal access to education for all of our kids is kind of a theme in Groton. And we want them all to achieve and succeed as best they can. So I would say that social emotional learning is still important, and we have the social workers in our school. We have our treehouse program before and after school. And our SROs at both the middle school and high school, with the latest event that occurred in Groton with the threats made to the schools, and I'm meeting with teachers and families after hours. Beverly joined me, and hearing their concerns. So we have no trespassing signs going up, but we have this new mutual link system that we're going to be working with the police department on. And our police department has been amazing partners. I tell John all the time, I couldn't be more thankful. And we're looking at a grant opportunity possibly to have SROs shared in the elementary school. So more to come on that, but I'll let you know. And the parents.
Just jump in,
Yeah.
because as you know, even though you have no trespassing signs, they might not work as
Yeah.
effectively as having the SROs. They're like having, what do you call it, what's that? When a woman
the
gets
microphone.
abused.
You're not talking in the microphone.
What do you call it? Yeah, protective order, right? It's like a protective order. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So we really have to think about how to put SROs in our budget.
And they seem to feel, we asked the parents what they thought of that, and they liked all the ideas that we had in the mutual link too. So we're going to be doing drilling on that together as a team. So I look forward to that. We can switch. We did implement a Science of Reading program, K-5, and it's going really well. It's new to the teachers, but they've had a lot of professional development. And even the phonics program with the University of Florida we're seeing really our kids grow through the year, and that's what you want to see, is that growth. And we're looking at all of our disciplines, math, science. I have a new assistant superintendent, and she's fabulous, and she is doing strategic planning, so we'll be getting out in the community and listening to everyone about what it is that this town really looks to. So we, might come visit you all too, to hear from you. And then, of course, our National Naval Defense Cadet Corps was definitely a community wish for years, and I know Portia was kind of instrumental in bringing that to everybody's attention, but I, as a Navy junior, couldn't agree with her more, and they are really thriving, so really proud of it. And then we'll switch. So that just gives you some highlights of the highlights that we have. We always look at what are our financial obligations, what is it in this budget that has to happen? And certainly, we have to abide by our contractual negotiations. When I look at things like legal fees, we need those, we need the Floyd Dugases so that we can do those negotiations. We have the maintenance and custodial, IT, and secretaries. It's quite a big union, and they're going to be coming up. We've done 4-year contracts, which has really served us well. And so we're going to be joining them in that work, I think in the spring that's coming up. So there's that, there's special education, which has many legal fees, and then there's all kinds of board members, personnel issues, and that kind of thing that really require to have that expertise. Health insurance, John, seems to be going a little better, at least on the board side. You know, last year, we had some escalating costs, and, but we just got the December, and I'm going to be sending it out to the board, and it seems like it's lower than what our projected costs would be, so I'm just keeping my fingers crossed on that. Property cost, we do have increased properties. I know that with maintenance and custodial, we have heard that we've had, you know, leaks, and not like last year. Last year, it seemed like we had one project after the other each month, but we're really trying to stay ahead, even with our new buildings. You would think new buildings wouldn't have issues, but the new buildings have had some issues, but we fixed them, and you have to keep them, you have to keep up with that. So, transportation, we had the first couple years were the biggest increase with that contract, and now it's more stabilized. It's 5%, then there'll be 2 more years of 3%. So the board did sign on for the full 5 years because the best increases, the lowest increases were at the end. So, and they also gave us free field trips each year for every school. We have DOD supplemental impact aid at risk because our numbers didn't really come up with the military, the ones who are military dependent. They weren't as high as they had been the year before, so we're not sure. We're kind of saying that it probably won't happen, and that's usually $500,000 a year. And we've really utilized that for technology, so you'll see in this budget that you'll see technology, computer technology expenses that had been in the supplemental funds. And Clint laid out a plan, and I told him then to prioritize. He might even have to prioritize some more so that we can do it in like 3-year pieces instead of thinking we can do it all in 1 year. Utilities, just like at home, our electric bills are up, and it's a hard thing. I wish I had a crystal ball for it because it just, each, you know, it's also the service charges that they're putting on. So, you know, we're really examining that, even what was put in the budget for this year, and then trying to estimate, is that going to be enough, and then what's going to be put in for next year. And then, of course, we have our contractual and wage obligations, and the state trying to stay ahead of the contractual obligations for the Connecticut state minimum wage. But also, we negotiated with our paras a couple years ago. They're in a 4-year plan, too. And knowing what we knew then, you know, isn't as much as what we know now. So really looking at that situation again, I know the board said out loud that they wanted to further look at that. So, any questions on those drivers? I mean, I think we're all faced with some of the same drivers, you know, the obligations that we have. So. And then just looking at the data for enrollment, you can see that I've given you, you know, district enrollment trends from FY 2020, PSIS, all the way to 2026. Our numbers for total enrollment, you know, back in 2020, they were 4,715, you know, then about 2023, they were 4,448, and we're kind of back at the 4,427 projection. So they've kind of flatlined a little bit. I did hear, because I'm on the board at the Nautilus, and I did hear from the captain that Columbia class is being built. So for the next 10 years, we should see substantial increases, 600 families coming this way. Now, the Columbia-class submarine can't be parked at our subbase because the waters aren't big enough, so they'll be going to other places. But during the time, the 10-year build, and maybe even some years after, there will be a time that we have an influx of families. I'm just, you know, that was the first time I heard that out loud, so I thought I would share that. And then the proposed budget. When we were looking at the budget, we were doing a lot of trending, looking over time, seeing what the actual numbers were, especially in 2024, to really try to get it as accurate as possible. for 2026, looking what we had put in 2025, and we did have to cut back quite a bit on 2025, but trying to be more realistic for 2024. Everything from salaries, benefits, purchase services and property services, all those things, transportation, insurance, tuition, supplies, equipment, dues and fees, and then there was a contingency line that we had considered because we know that we had projects last year, and I was working with John throughout the whole year, I think, and the board, trying to figure out, you know, how we were going to pay for these different projects because we didn't have a contingency line. So with the salaries and wages, there is an increase of 5.6%, and that's related to, you know, not only step increases that teachers have and the normal increases that we've given them. So, and, you know, if you have to, you know, we try when someone retires to hire someone who is like a newer teacher, and there is some cost savings. It's about $15,000 when that happens altogether of a savings. But there are certain positions like the sciences and in the maths and others that you need to have someone in special ed and speech language pathology where you really have to hire someone who's very experienced. And so it doesn't always work out that way. So, and then we have our benefits at 6.9% increase. The purchase services, as I said, and the property services, which, you know, really helps us with a lot of the maintenance that's required. The supplies, purchase services also with special education is really a necessary, and it's really related to a child's IEP and what their needs are specifically. So we have to make sure that we are providing that in special education. I would say the equipment, it's 653%. It looks like ferocious, but you see that we had only put in $74,000 in the budget for equipment, and most of this is instructional equipment related to technology and technology for students. So we do have a one-to-one program with Chromebooks where all 6th through 12th graders have their own Chromebook, and we try to keep them going strong throughout that whole time. There are times that we have to replace or fix, but it was time to do some replacement of that. And like I said, that is the majority of that cost. And, you know, I think out of the $557,000, it's about, I think, close to $400,000 that we're looking for in technology. I think there's some non-instructional equipment. I know Sam needed a truck because there was an accident in one of the snowstorms last year, and we have not purchased that truck yet. So all in all, $93,677,420 increase, and it's a 6.5%. When we were first looking at budgeting, the town, the business manager from the board showed me everything from 92 million to 103 million, and I said, you need to get it closer to the 92 million. There's no way we're going to do a 103. So it was really our team who came together to make sure we brought it down, and the board's going to work with me to find any more efficiencies that we can find. So. And the revenue side, we had worked with Department of Education last year around impact aid, and the recommendation was to use the trending numbers that we have been receiving to create this new number of 6 million, but John and I still have some work to do on that. So we'll, yeah, so we're gonna figure that out, but and we're not sure with impact aid what's going to happen, but we have to stay hopeful, I guess. And then, of course, so you see what's federally coming our way. You can see what the state has, and I haven't heard any differently from the state. These are the numbers they're giving us. And there are some EFS federal and state grants, so we've added those in. And So it might not be that 55.67%, but that's what we had going out of the gate. So that's better for the taxpayer. And every ounce of revenue that we can provide towards this budget will be helpful for the taxpayer and helpful for our students to get what they need. So. And then I have more details broken up. You will get a budget book as soon as it becomes the board's budget, and it'll be both online. You can see what I have so far online, for the full package digitally. And then once it's finalized as the board's budget, you'll be able to have it in a book form, probably a binder. So just laid out, I guess, with more detail in this slide. And, you see the administrators, the teachers, other staff, substitutes, and we did have to add in building subs this year to cover us. There's still illness, people are still getting sick, and there's still maternity leaves and, all kinds of other things. People still have surgeries, so we have to sometimes get a long-term sub in as well. And that costs the sub, and then we have to pay for the teacher. So those things are still happening. So really, as you know, our largest commitment is to our staff. What do we give our kids to school? In school is all those people, those adults that help them, whether it's their teacher, their para, the custodian, their lunch lady, everybody in that building serves our kids, their principals. So that's the majority of this budget, that and those, health insurance and their benefits. So I think if you have any questions, and I know John had asked me some questions too ahead of time, and I apologize, I just sent it out tonight, but I've been wearing lots of hats these days. So I just wanted to get it to you. And if you have further questions, though, we also have an FAQ sheet that the board has been doing that worked out nicely for last year. And that way I can get the information, at least point people in the right direction so that you have the answers that you need in making decisions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Should I take down the presentation so we can see those online, in case that happens?
Sure, please. Okay, so we'll go around. Would you like to take turns? We'll go from one, you can do a board member and we'll do a council member and back and forth. Does that sound good? Yes.
I just think for time's sake too, would it make sense to maybe read these response questions? So the folks that are following at home that don't have this answer sheet, there's not many here, and there might be some that people may be wanting to ask. Maybe we should just, read these into the record as well, so people have the knowledge of what was asked and how they were answered, perhaps? Just a thought, perhaps?
I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Burt, would you like to take on this as well?
Sure.
Some questions that you had pertaining to the budget. I think, I don't know, maybe you can give a quick synopsis, maybe not read word for word would be good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to give you a helping hand?
Reference. First question, I had several questions on the budget. I sent out to the Board of Ed and the superintendent on a spreadsheet with some other questions on the side. So the first question is solely on these questions from the spreadsheet. And the 100s, the salary area. Let's see. Some of the comments from the superintendent include no significant FTE changes this year to next, but a few were added this year per IEP, pairs/teachers or student needs, 5EL tutors, security, bus aides, building subs, etc. Also teacher leaves, maternity, child rearing, surgery, and long-term subs. That's some of what accounts for increases beyond what you might think for just COLAs. Does that help out?
You can use my microphone in the meantime.
Sure. That sounds better. Maintenance, let's see,
We still need a
Yeah,
1.5.
need
Some-
one, yeah.
Yeah,
need
some are
1.5.
harder to find, like the plumber, we were able to get someone who could do part-time plumbing, but some of these trades, really, probably for what we pay, it's harder to find the full-time.
And then also, go ahead, sorry.
Go on.
And then also reduce the part-time custodial to pre-COVID numbers. Not as much cleaning, I assume, needed now. At least wiping desks, chairs, that type of thing. 300, the 300s, which are.
There was some
purchase search, is that-
reclassification, yeah.
Yeah, purchase services. Reclass of instructional services, 321 to 324, to professional services, 331, 332, so that those were moved over. The 600s, which are supplies, instructional supplies, the site budget's 1 to 2% increase from what they should have been the year past, but were frozen at 50%. So they're, took a year of freezing them to half and then now increasing them back to where they should be. Computer supplies and instructional equipment tech used to be supported by Department of Defense supplemental, but numbers suggested not for next year, which we were all aware of. It was going to have to be moved into here. And I don't believe we have an answer, any numbers for the year after, do we yet, whether we've hit that number?
No, the numbers looked a little better this year,
Yes,
but
hopefully.
we're still working on it. We have like another few months to work on it, and I know that Miranda at the sub-base is also helping verify. It's just hard to get people to fill out the forms, but we really worked on it.
Right. And then I had a question about, I see, let's see, question about special ed. I didn't see any major changes in special ed certified staffing. I asked whether the increase this year in tutors and general teacher aides, along with shifting tutors to elementary schools, especially the magnets away from high school, was meant to help alleviate any issues with providing special needs services. The superintendent said parents are important members of the planning and placement team process and meetings where decisions are made based on data and the team on what supports, programs, goals the student will need. Paraprofessional support is a key ingredient and based on the needs of the child. They may need a full-time one-to-one para, shared para, or no additional support other than working with the special educator. The special ed director, HR director, principal, and superintendent meet at the beginning, middle, and end of the year to review caseloads and ensure that proper coverage and support is happening.
And it is a moving target. You know, we do have a lot of children coming in and out. I think I used the number last year of 800 coming in and 700 and some going out. And so it is, it does change throughout the year. But it is important that we follow those IEPs, and whatever's required in that by law has to happen. So, and then the tutors, remember, we lost 124 positions because we sunsetted Art Besser, so we did lose a lot of tutors. We did have to replace, for our EL population is growing, and so we did add 5 more EL tutors back. So there were some variances there too, and so it was based on student need.
And then I asked about how staffing levels have been for the para positions. As we know, that's been a bit of an issue, not just a bit. Asked if anything's been done to address wages or other positions still performing these duties, and I expressed my support for increased wage for paras when possible. The reply, it's been challenging in Groton across the state and nation to hire paraprofessionals. However, this year we have seen more positions filled. If we need to hire a para sub who gets experience in preparation to take the para pro test required to be a para in the union, we do that and we work with the union to support the new hires. Our current number of paras is 208. As you may remember, due to Art Besser's sunsetting, we lost many tutors, which was just mentioned. We did need to add an additional 5 EL tutors this year due to enrollment. Software, I was asked, if you recall, the town had put into, part of the request for the Board of Ed last year was around $125,000 for financial software. That was not purchased this year, so I asked if those funds were taken into account with the request for technology this year. And just to mention, we do have a CIP for financial software that's separate from this. The response, we're able to locate funds in the 25 budget. GPS did not purchase the software this year. We will be moving from e-finance to Munis in the next couple of years. And our IT and finance are working with the Board of IT and Finance in discussions of how that would work. And then we'd already had a little talk about the federal impact aid. That I think it's a bit too high unless we see some numbers coming in this year that would say otherwise. Let's see.
And we try to communicate back and forth. I usually get the memo. It comes on my computer, and I can get on the impact aid site, and then, John will ask, what is that for? So it'll say either SWD, students with disabilities, which needs to go into the board budget, or if it's the big chunk of funds that usually beginning, middle, and end of the year, we get the big impact aid funds that go right to the town as revenue.
Right.
And then there's the Department of Defense Education Activity supplemental, and we did receive a supplemental check, I think, recently or in the fall. So there's a couple others that we're kind of keeping our eye open for.
That's all I have.
And the board does realize that we do not pay our paras as much as other school districts do. So we're going to have to figure out how to make that position more attractable.
Ago at the council meeting during budget sessions, I do recall very clearly.
And we should have taken your 400,000 that you offered.
And the number now is 375. I worked it
Well,
out.
if the council had passed it,
Number, your number.
if only. Okay, so would you like to call your member first to say how they,
Who would like to say something first on the board? No one?
I think it was Dean?
Adrian? Huh? Okay, hold your peace then. Move on to your side.
You want my side to start? All right, so I was thinking we'll just go in order by how we're listed here in alphabetical order. Counselor Bordelon, would you like to start?
Let me just see, what's the clock there? I mean, so you said.
But I just want to, before you start, I do want to let the public know, this is the superintendent's budget. It is not the board's budget. So the board still has to take their crack at this, and they'll do whatever they think is the best for their budget. And the council has not received our budget at all. So this is just like a very high level, whatever you want to say. So Councilor Bordelon.
Hold on, sorry, because I know you're not facing the clock.
Fine.
Do you?
I know the 3 minutes in my head by now, because you
Okay,
say so much.
okay. I just want to know if you wanted warnings.
I have dreams of
Before
3
you start,
minutes.
Mayor, can I just say one thing? Just to explain why you don't have a budget yet, it's because we don't get everything from the subdivisions in school to the 28th.
Right,
So I just want to
no,
make that
we
clear to
don't
the
have a
public.
budget because it's not our
Yeah.
time to have the budget yet, and
yes, we have till
there's a
March
process. And we actually have to get the board's budget to put it into our budget.
Yes.
So it is a timing thing, so. This meeting has been, I guess, set up for many years, and this is just like a process, not a requirement, but a process. Okay, Councilor Bordelon, I'm sorry
Yeah, I'm starting
to
my
delay you.
stopwatch. No, you're fine. I just first want to say thank you for the presentation. I've been following this very closely, as you know. I've been at many of the meetings. At times, I found some things maybe to be frustrating, but my goal is making sure our children are closing achievement gaps, and each and every child deserves the equal and fair accessibility and opportunity to education in our district. And that is like a right. That is our obligation. If we're not educating children here in the town, I don't know what we're doing. It does account for almost 68% of our town's budget, and so to me, it's something that is one of the most important sections. Aside of our policing and our medical, ambulance, and all many other things, but education is first and foremost in my mind, is vital, that every child has the right to learn to read, write, and, work with numbers, because that only enhances our community, and we are setting ourselves up and setting our students off on the best foot possible. So that is my goal. I just want to thank RTM for being here as well, as I've been on started in the RTM on the education committee, so followed this very closely, and as many of you know, originally I wanted to be on Board of Education, but council's been keeping me busy. So this is something, I've worked in the Groton Public Schools, I've had 2 children go through the Groton Public Schools, and I myself is a graduate of the Groton Public School system. So there's many challenges, there's many positives, but there's also things that I feel we can do better, and nothing is perfect. And if everyone came to this table today to say Groton Public Schools is perfect, then I would be concerned. There are ways in which we can look to enhance and move that bar of expectation along. I do want to thank for finally getting the junior ROTC program, as I was a big advocate for that, being a military community, being a military family, not only from here. I had the privilege of having 2 Navy dependents in this community as well, so I got to see it from both sides, and it is a very rigorous and dynamic expectation. I'm also very familiar with 504s and IEPs and understand that at any moment, a parent can call for an IEP meeting, and they can have that enhancement change. It doesn't have to be. So a parent today could say, I'd like to call an IEP. They have within 30 days to respond to them, and they could say that my child needs a one-on-one. So it is very dynamic, so we will have to look at those moving targets. I just have concerns with making sure we're closing achievement gaps. I'm concerned with our math scores. I'm concerned with para wages, which I've brought up as a para that was in the system and got the low wage many years ago. We can do better, and we should want better and do better for that. I think that we also need to look at making sure we have a full-time career counselor at the high school. Unlike our neighboring schools, we do not have one, and we are serving a lot of students, so that is needed. I heard the board speak about making sure that we enhance the elementary school, which I can agree, putting the foundation, but I do not want to take away any of that income coming from the high school. So find a way within the budget to move those monies to make sure that that happens. And I just wanted to thank you, and well, I have plenty more time to speak about this on other days, but I thank you guys. It's going to be rigorous, and I look forward to the Board of Education members taking over the budget and really advocating for our students and moving. It's not the number or the increase that we vote on. It's
you.
where you move that money within the line items. That's
Thank
the
you.
most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly, would you, Chairman Washington, excuse me. Would you like to have somebody go first?
Go ahead, Jen. Jen White, hold on. You got the mic?
She'll have two.
Yeah, because I have a mask, so. Jen White, Board of Ed, thank you for having like this joint meeting. As you know, if you've been watching, we push each other, right? Sometimes we are downright brutal because we want to produce the best product, and we want like a better outcome than what sort of was presented last year, at least in my opinion, right? We've faced challenges, as Susan mentioned, but by the time it comes to the board or the town council and the RTM, please know that the 9 of us plus the staff is committed to making sure what we feel is good for the district will be represented in this budget. Portia sort of hinted at it. There's a focus within this board, at least I'll speak for myself. Like, I do want to make investments at that foundational level. I'm not saying cut the seniors or fit senior, that's our beacon, right? So we need to make investments in the youth so that they can learn to read and write at an early age and never feel like they have to go through remedial, and us, if you're listening to our meetings, spend money on remedial education. So we want to invest right the first time and ensure that these children, whether they stay in Groton or they move, that we were part of the success of the life. Being a military child, like I moved around and I was dependent on a lot of districts. So that foundation needs to be set, and I don't want us to be the failure of that child for the rest of their life just because their parents or happen to be stationed here, or their parents happen to choose Groton to live in. So we need to offer the best education that we can afford. And so I did make the comment that I'm going to make some recommendations for some increases. There's some state mandated positions that came with no funding that I'm going to request to put in. Nurses, hot topic. There's like one school that has double the amount of students and only has one nurse. So want to make sure that all students are treated, and have that safety. SROs, total in support of that. So safety comes first, foundational support. You will see that, you will hear me recommend that, but it doesn't mean I'm just adding, I'm also going to look for cuts. I also was looking at like, hey, we made investments, 100,000, 300,000 and stuff, so it will be looked on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Counselor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, members of the Board of Education. Just before I start, I know I recused myself last year. However, I have, due to an appearance of a conflict of interest, but I have made sure that all my appearances of conflict of interest are ducks in a row, so I will be participating this year. My first question is, as I'm looking at the revenue page on page 8 of the presentation, and in there, it says EPS federal grants and EPS state grants. It added a total of $9,050,000. That was not in the budget last year, correct?
Right, but we have an interim business manager, Ray Engel, who says that's always part of the revenue source that comes right to the town, so he wanted to make sure that it was put in there. So it is the revenue, it is revenue that comes to the town.
So it's similar to the impact aid money in the sense that the town puts the money up front and then we get it back, correct?
Yes, it comes to the town, and then it helps support education. It's both federal and state money.
Okay, the reason I'm asking this question is I see that the town portion is $56,601,173. Do we have the ECS number from, or the EFS numbers from years prior, if it consistently comes?
I can ask him to get that. I'm sure he can get that.
Yeah, because I'd rather, I was speaking for myself, I'd like to know the real contributions that the town has been making, and if we've been potentially, Manager Burt.
I don't think that's additional revenue. It's reports that are due to the state. You report certain things out of your budget, what's being spent. It's more of a tracking thing, is my understanding. We've never received it before. So talking to Dee, she does not think that that's actual income we use.
I will check with Ray just to get clarification.
The reason I'm asking is because I don't, like, if they expire, and then, and then I've just done, and then with the whole national state of the economy, I think my main concern is, there was an article in the Washington Post this weekend about impact aid and that potentially being removed, and then I see federal grants of $7,850,000, you're looking at $13,937,065. I want to know what the plan is if the discussed cuts from the federal government, what's the plan to replace this revenue? And has the board started thinking about that, or as the superintendent's office and the budget office, has that been looked into at all?
We don't have any information that there are going to be cuts for sure anywhere. And so it is a difficult time in Washington.
I agree with that statement, but I would rather prepare us as a town and start thinking about what is the solution if it does ever happen. I don't want to be at the 11th hour scrambling at the last minute when we know that this could potentially be a problem. So that's where I want to go there. And then I also, if that does happen, I do want to point out that, there is practice for getting an MBR waiver from the town, and then also of not doing a full year budget, doing a 6 months budget, and then us through a special act of the legislator. So there is precedent for it out there. I just want that to be on the record. And then the last question I have is, has anybody reached out to any of our federal delegation offices to ensure that the impact aid money and what their thoughts are?
I have been in communication, not recently, but I have been in communication with Fatima Mohammed, who is the Department of Education Impact Aid Director. So,
Are you talking about like Senator Blumenthal?
Yeah.
oh,
Okay,
okay.
that's what it's
Senator
talking about.
Congressman Courtney,
Yeah.
just to see what their perspective is, because
we haven't.
they're in the room.
No, we haven't.
I have reached out to ask him to give us any updates.
Okay.
So I haven't gotten them, though.
All right, so those are my concerns, just kind of what the impact of the federal government could be. I'd rather be prepared than not prepared, because then, really at the end of the day, the children are getting hurt. So that's why I want to put it on the radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and I agree with everything you say. We have to be prepared because we might see some big cuts. So that's something the board's gonna really have to take a look at. But after we do this budget, then we can concentrate on that.
It was brought up at the legislative breakfast that we had in southeastern Connecticut, and around the table, they were asking, what if you don't have these federal funds? And one superintendent after the other, especially in the big cities, said we'd have to close school. We'd have to close the doors. Because a lot of other districts receive much more than we do. So, so there is concern out there.
Yeah, because that's a big chunk of money to lose. So it's not gonna be good.
Your turn. Your turn to pick somebody.
Matthew.
Yeah, I would love to respond to Dan. I'd love to respond to Dan because that's, it's not only been on my mind, it's been on everybody's mind. There are things out there that are completely out of our control, but the response to which we're responsible for. And it's not just the Board of Education, it's at every level of government. I don't know what your nightmares are, but I bet you're having them. The answer to your question as to whether we've done any planning in advance, the simple answer is, to my knowledge, no. The reason that we haven't done it is there are things on our plate. We have the review. We had to get our last budget, find the paperwork done in the last budget. We're working on this budget. They're just 4 quarts to a gallon, and we're just going full out on that. We're not perfection, by far, but we're working on it. It is my hope, and at this point I'm speaking only for myself, that once we have a budget through to the town, that we will immediately start on working on a Plan B. How that's going to happen, I'm sure my colleagues will each have their ideas and will be working on it. It's not that we're ignoring it. You're absolutely right, Dan. But our plate's full right now, and we're not going to duck our responsibility. We just need to get through the process, as the mayor said. We're in a process, and this process has to complete before we can get to that. Just, we got a squid's assignment with an octopus's arms. We're doing the best we can.
You still have a minute 26 left if you'd like to share any more.
No, I'll wait for my turn. Thank you.
That was your turn.
Oh, okay, well, I've got.
Well, you still
Yes, I
have,
do have a few more things, sure.
pull the microphone back.
Pardon?
Pull the microphone back.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to say that at the board's request, Susan asked the school-level leadership to provide their perspective where the rubber meets the road on what education needs. We have a list of things that they think they need. Whether we get to fund all of them, none of them, or some of them is a matter that will happen during our discussions, but we are solicited and are grateful for the leadership of each of the schools, which in turn got the input from the staff. So we're seeking not only to do this at a macro level, but to get a bottom-up input as well. I guess I want to repeat, because I know these boards know, but for the general public, when a special education request is made, there is no latitude on the part of the school. If the child has the need, we are obliged by law to provide that need. That may mean in a given school that one day there are 15 paras, and next week there may be 12 or 23. But this is not an area over which we have any control whatsoever. I guess I'll stop and let somebody else go. Thank you.
All right, up next on ours is Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
A microphone, please.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Board, for coming today. Can you, just a quick question on this page? The revenue page. The EFS federal grants and the EFS state grants, which is $9 million, where does that, which line item does that come out of on this? Is that in the education cost-sharing money? Where is this money?
Again, I don't think it's actual money. I think it's a report that has to be turned. They work with the auditors on it to turn it in. It tracks certain expenditures. We've never received it before, and it doesn't show up in any of our.
So it's not pulled out of any one of these other
Yeah,
ones?
yeah.
Business director. He felt like it was needed to be showcased.
I just wondered where it, but showcase it coming from somewhere, so where is it coming from? So-
Point of clarification, I just want to make sure I understood for notes. Is that the same question Dan asked too, that
Yes.
same line?
Yeah.
All right,
it's the
just for
same
my
question.
notes, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't know where it comes from, so.
I just
that's all.
heard it twice, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
your point of information?
Thank you. Nope, it's not a point of information. I'll be aware.
Okay. I'm going to go tag on to Councilor Gajewski and Board Member Schulman on the impact aid and what's happening with our federal budget. But my first question on that is 23, 24, 25's impact aid money is all basically the same. And then suddenly you have a 1.5 million, it jumps up. And so it seems like very overly optimistic amount of revenue. And I'd say this number was before the current, administration's efforts to do what they're doing. So that's when that came from. But it just, how did you come to some conclusion that something that's been going along fairly steady for a while suddenly has an enormous jump in it?
So those were what we, I'm sorry. Those are the amounts that we had projected, but what actually came in last year was about $6.2 million. And so each year, there've been different amounts that have come in over that projected number. So we just looked at the chart. I've asked that we have a group working in enrollment and with Impact Aid who actually gets all the paperwork filed at central office, and we're looking at the chart of all the different revenues going back about 10 years to really look at that and to see the trends. But fortunately for us, the trend has been that it's come over what's been projected.
Okay.
So
So-
sometimes better than others. Last year was a good year.
So I guess I would also echo what has been said here is having a plan B is they are just ripping through everything. And to be optimistic that you're going to get any federal money at all, I think is, is a leap. And I'd like to see, or for at least for you to think about, you have two budgets. One budget's this budget, another budget is you take all that federal money out of this budget, basically the $6 million, and just see what happens to you if you take that money out. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to present that. I'm just saying I would like or encourage you to think about, that's a plan B, to take that money out of there, and can you survive? You will survive. We'll still have a school system. It'll just be different school system. And, but I encourage you, just looking at what's happened even in today where they cut the GSA budget by half of all the buildings.
I can't watch the news.
So I think
have
the
time to watch
handwriting's
it.
on the
It's a good
wall.
thing.
It's been on their ideas for a long, long time, way before this administration, to cut the entire Department of Education. And also tying in the military funding that we get into this. So I think if you're not sort of starting to prepare, even if it never happened, but starting to prepare that you're not going to have some of this money, or you're going to have half of it, or all 6 million, or maybe more is gone. I mean, the federal money, a lot of federal money comes through the state also, so a lot of money in that 25 million that you get. So that's what my emphasis here is to encourage you to develop at least two budgets, one that you're working on and one that this just doesn't come. And you're going to need to be prepared and not to get caught short. So at least you had the discussions, what programs can you take out? What can you move around? How do you have to rebalance your staff? So that's my encouragement to you to go into this realistically, because I think this isn't realistic. That's my comment. Thank you. All done. Oh, I didn't even look.
Wow.
Dean?
So this is in no particular order. I've just been making notes as I go along. For the record, Dean Antipos, Board of Ed. Actually, I'll start with my last note. My initial feeling is if we were short the $6 million, leaving aside what you said about federal funds going through the state, yeah, I'd be curious as an intellectual exercise to see what that looked like. But as I sit here, I'm thinking, I don't know that there is a good plan B for that one. At some point, you just don't have enough, you know. So, and that leads me to my next to last point, which is this. It's a point that I've made in the past. I think that unlike pretty much any other town function, the work that the schools do is something that cannot be deferred. So consider public works, consider parks and rec, consider almost anything the town does, including a lot of CIPs, which you can kick down the road until, you know, something cracks wide open. You cannot defer education. That's, fortunately or unfortunately, the kids are going to move through the system, they're going to be educated or not. We do have a phenomenon where we have a cohort of kids that were, frankly, not properly educated while we were trying to figure out how to do that with a lockdown. And they're moving through the system. They haven't graduated yet. And these kids need extra help. So you're going to see that. It may not be called as, this is the COVID cohort, these are the kids getting the help, but they're in there. They're in there. So another point I wanted to make unrelated is, bear in mind, I know this is a sore spot, our budget now explicitly has the nurses in here. There's $1 million figure for the nurses, so that's now in ours. So that's a factor. That's about a fifth, I think, of the increase. We had talked before about elementary. I'm going to just echo on that one. I think we should be looking at more money there. Where that comes from, I don't know, but our experience shows that if you got to catch the kids by third grade, and the last thing I'll say is this. You know, a lot of people say education's expensive. No matter what we do with our budget, it's going to be expensive. It's going to remain 60 to 65% of the town's budget, and this is true all over. So if you can't whittle it down to some happy, childish, juvenile size, like, hey, wouldn't you like to pay $0 for schools? We have to look at the other side, and that is this. What are we getting for it? When we plow all this money in, are we at least educating the kids? That seems to be up in the air when you look at some of the scores. But it's not like we're not educating the kids. A lot of kids are getting educated. We just have to do better at the, on that end. And we're not alone, by the way. You look at the scores all across the country. Reading levels are dismal. Math levels are dismal everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've gone through 3 rounds. Do we want to invite our TM members to jump in at any point here? Would you like to take a moment and have a turn, Ms. Massett?
I notice that we have Medicaid funding. I think I might know the answer, but why does the school system get Medicaid money?
We actually track for Medicaid for services in special education. It's actually another duty of a teacher.
Okay.
When they're providing services like speech-language pathology. And those funds also come directly to the town.
Okay.
So it's something that we do. It's part of their, job description that they are rendering these service, and then they're providing, accurate notes on the hours and the time, and then comes the funding for Medicaid.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to take your time, your 3 minutes, on
I'm not selfish, I'm fine, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We have the moderator, J.C. Ambrose. Would you like to take any time here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent Austin, for delivering this preliminary budget. I appreciate the Board of Ed, Town Council inviting us over for these preliminary discussions. I understand that this is all preliminary and there's still a lot of work to be done. So with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next for counselors would be Counselor McBride.
Thank you, David McBride.
Microphone. Microphone. Oh.
Thank you, David McBride. Just want to thank everyone for participating in this event. I think it's always better when parties can get together at the beginning to start the dialogue to hopefully make the process a little bit easier. A couple things. One thing I'd like to request, if it's at all possible, when the book does come at a later date, would it be possible to receive the fiscal 25 actual through 6 months? Because it's hard to compare, at least from my perspective, a budget to a budget to a budget. Sometimes it's a little easier to receive actual data because it's just a little more information that could help us make better and more informed decisions.
Happy to do that. I think, John, you had sent me a memo on that.
Okay, thank you. One other point I just want to make is I kind of what Councilor Gajewski was alluding to. I calculate an increase in a little bit different format. I mentioned this in previous years. This increase is a 6.5% increase from a budget to a budget or appropriation to appropriation. But what I do is I decrease out the grant revenue that's received by the outside party. So if you decrease ECS, because the ECS payment isn't increasing to the town, the actual taxpayer support money that the taxpayers have to come up with from a taxation standpoint is the same 5.7 million. So that 5.7 million increase, because ECS isn't increasing, is actually a 9.10 or 9.08 increase. So I just want to make everyone aware, because that's, to me, what's most important is that increase where the taxpayers are, getting hit the most. And with that being said, I think it's, easily, also more important, if we're losing more additional money, that increase is going to even grow more. What everybody's talking about, so I don't have to reiterate that, but I think it is important, not necessarily to maybe have a plan B, but to maybe prioritize some of the expenses that you have in here to see if and when things need to be reduced. I'm sure you do it on the side, but it would be helpful if that would be provided, so if and when reductions are to be made, they can be made a little bit easier through the process if there's prioritization. And the reason I mention that is because, excuse me, I'm looking through some of the details and I see equipment expense, non-instruction up 225,000, instructional equipment up from 74 to 331,000. This does not include computer network services, which are up 165,000, and computer supplies went from 195 in '04 to 901,000 in '25's budget, and now it's up to over $1 million. So those are substantial costs that are equipment related, technology related, that may be able to be deferred to a later date if there are some reductions. So we'd just like you to consider that, because those are big numbers that if we need to reduce, I understand the difficulty in laying off positions, so obviously that would be an area that maybe could be looked at. Also, I had a question on the non-lapsing fund. Do we know if at 6/30/24 how much the Board of Ed has in the non-lapsing fund? Can that be used to offset this 5.7 increase? If we don't have it now, it's fine, we can
I
have it
think there's
later.
that amount, it's in the high 400s, 470s,
Yeah.
450 something, but it's already being used, planned for nurses.
So it's
for
already
this current year.
in the number, okay.
That and the DOD, that last DOD amount that came in about $500,000. So those two pieces are paying for the nurses.
And once we see the 6/30 numbers, or even through the budget process, it's possible maybe that non-lapsing fund's going to have additional money at 6/30/25 to help out in a future budget, just to consider. And that's all I have for the high-level summary, but thank you all for taking the time to go through the process.
Just, it's 427.
Oh, 427,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Can you say that number one more time?
427,000.
And just a point of clarification for my notes, when you said it's already going towards the nurses, is that already reflected in this budget, or it's not even included?
I think the
Just
plan, and I don't want to speak for the board superintendent, but the plan is they already are getting access to it during this year,
For
and
FY25.
it'll offset the nurses.
trying- Okay,
Because you don't find out what's left over from a year until towards the end of the year after the audit, so.
so I just say it one more time, so the money is
So-
being used to offset this current
No.
year's nurses?
to pay for the current year nurses. That and DOD
Because
supplement.
you would never know how much money is available the following year until you get through the year and get the audit. You could only end up with 10,000 next year, you never know.
And just my last clarifying, just to make sure I understand. So when you did your budget for this year, not the one we're looking at, this year that we're using, was that money part of the thought process of allocation at that time?
No, because literally you could have zero. You don't know until you get through the audit.
So then where would those positive revenues go that are being offset by this?
So.
I'm just confused, I don't
So
understand.
they had a reduction in the budget, as we know for this year. You don't know until around December, end of December, after, so you've closed out a year. Any money that's left over unspent for the Board of Ed now goes into that non-lapsing fund, but you don't know an exact amount until the audit comes out at the end of the year. So for the 24 left over, they just found out in the last few weeks what the actual amount available is. I think part of the thought process was to use it if there was any towards nurses, but they had to wait and see what was left.
So, all right, I just
We
wanted to.
knew the DOD was coming in.
Right.
We had that
Right.
kind of figured out. And I think it was slightly less this year
Microphone,
because
please.
they were taking.
Microphone, please.
They were taken care of by the VNA through the summer, so it wasn't like the full year. So part of the summer was still with the VNA.
Okay, I think you guys answered it. I'll send it up in a follow-up email. I'm just trying to understand, like, if I plan my budget for 2025 and I don't know and I'm starting to use revenues left over from the previous year, you would have allocated money to cover it,
Your
right?
point of order?
You don't
Council
know.
McBride has the floor,
No,
technically.
he finished.
He has the floor, he's got 8 seconds.
And your time has expired, so.
I just
Council
asked a
Bordelon.
clarifying
And it was a
question.
clarifying question, then you went into opinions, so that's not a question. Thank you.
I was just
I
asking.
appreciate your question, though.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
can you send me a follow-up on that, John, please? Again, that's not clear.
Just one last question, because it came up last year. Will you be able to provide how many open positions you have in your budget at the time the budget's provided? And the reason I ask that is because if there's 20 open positions, if you're fully budgeting them, that's an area that could be reduced as well, if we're not budgeting, or even if it's for half a year, whatever it is.
Are you talking about retirements?
No, any open positions that you have unfilled at
Oh,
7-1. Thank you.
Now, can I just say something about the non-lapsing fund and the nurses? The money, we just got the money in the non-lapsing fund, but we didn't spend it yet for the nurses. So it's sitting there, but we haven't spent it.
Your point of information, Counselor Ross. Can you grab that microphone?
I'm sorry. Counselor McBride, was it 9.8% increase to the taxpayers? Is that what you said?
9.08.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Adrian?
All right. I'd kind of written something that's a little bit, of a higher level, but I wanted to answer some questions, or at least bring some thought to some questions that I think are going to come up, specifically with the new buildings that we have. So in 2016, when the school construction referendum was passed, Groton was spending slightly more than the Connecticut state average on a per-student basis. Over the past 7 years, however, our spending has decreased by $1,437 per student compared to the state average. This reduction amounts to over $6 million in the budget, representing a decrease of 7.3% relative to the most recent state data from EdSite. There have been statements that new schools would help reduce costs by increasing efficiencies. While these efficiencies are difficult to assess fully, it's important to recognize that the new facilities are different in many ways. Yes, they are healthier and safer, but they also consume more electricity. They likely use less fuel for heating, but now we have cooling costs to consider as well. And while the old buildings were over 60 years old, well-maintained, and served us well, they had well surpassed their useful lifespan. As we approach the final stages of this year's budget process, we must focus on what our community truly deserves: economically responsible yet adequately funded schools. We've been fortunate in receiving funding in the past, and we are thankful for it. But I ask you, aside from funding safety services, what's more important than providing our children with a fair and equitable education? The proposed budget for this year increases a relatively modest 5.3% after accounting for the transfer of the nurse funding between the town and the schools. It's important to remember, however, that last year, we lost 125 positions, 125 staff members who worked with our children every day. That loss was significant, and it's not something we can afford to repeat. While education may be costly, it's ultimately the best investment we can make in the future of our community. A strong, well-funded education system is the foundation for a thriving town. I hope we can all keep this in mind as we move forward with the budget discussions. Thank you.
Okay, up next for us would be Counselor Merritt.
I have just a few minor questions and just my own knowledge. You spoke of disciplines. Is robotics part of that?
We have a robotics team, which is an after-school activity, but we also have a Project Lead the Way program that goes middle school and high school. It's an engineering career pathway.
I've spoken to a few local manufacturers, and they are increasing their viewpoints on putting robotics in their shops, et cetera.
And one of the things we have done is to look at the shop at Fitch, which used to be an auto shop, and to clean it out, we've worked with EB. They would partner with us. They'd get training for the teachers. This is very exciting. They want Fitch High School to be the manufacturing hub next to Grasso, and there could be some synergy, and this would be a pathway. We already have manufacturing 1 and 2 and maybe 3. So we were thinking of bringing our robotics team back to that space where we could, and all of their equipment to help grow that manufacturing program, because, you know, I think it really would contribute to our children's education and their likelihood of possibly continuing that work.
I like the idea of working with Grasso. I just a little hesitant on partnering with Grasso.
Well, we're partnering with EB. Electric
Okay.
Boat is who we're partnering with, and we've taken field trips to Rhode Island where they've done this at another high school, and it really, you know, it's something that we aspire to do, but we're looking to them and looking for grants to see that happen.
Now, on staffing, relevant to what happened in the past, have you done any cross-training for people to step up in case you have people out sick?
As far as, are you talking about at the high school with teachers, or are you talking about?
At the main office, financing.
Yes, that work has begun, and Ray Engel, who has been our interim and has come back, continues to do that. We've gotten a couple new staff, and while they're young and they're very talented, and so fortunately, you know, for us, they're getting trained and they're learning very quickly.
That would be in addition to the budget, however?
No, they're just replacing retired people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you do have people available, cross-trained, in case people are out sick in numbers, per se, if you're working on the budget. And some of your staff on the budget goes out sick for 2 or 3 weeks. Do you have people ready to step in?
We don't have a lot of people. We have
Right.
certain people who have certain expertise, but
But
we do have a
they-
couple people who have really risen
Okay.
to the occasion because we lost a business manager.
And just a trivial question about electrical bills. Who services the high school for electricity?
I believe it's Eversource, yeah.
Have you ever thought of speaking to Groton Utilities?
I don't think they serve us, but I know that Ray Engel has put out to see if we can get reduced rates, and he's talked to John, I think, about it too, about, you know, how we can
Last year, I
coordinate.
was paying 125 just for my home, and now I'm paying like 94. It keeps going down. My apologies, I have Groton Utilities.
Well, I know Ray looked into it, and there were some cost efficiencies there, so I think he just has to talk to the board and get permission, and, yeah.
That's about it for me, and I thank you for the plaque.
And just,
Absolutely.
I just had a talk about this yesterday with Mayor Hedrick, coincidentally. Of course, the high school's been a long time in Eversource. It's very difficult to change district, which thing you're in, according to the mayor, that they don't give a territory out freely. But the middle school, they had a decision to make, and they decided to go with Eversource. And that one is that one.
Is there some law or rule that we have to choose who provides for us?
Yeah, when you hook it up, you have to decide who you're going to go with. And it was right, the middle school's right on the boundary. There's a service area.
Yeah.
And the middle school, because it didn't have an address, could have gone into either. The high school's firmly in the Eversource.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know
yeah.
that.
And the mayor says it'd be very difficult to change that.
It's been that way since I lived up at the top of the hill, but they're just a provider. I don't see why you can't make your choice.
Because they have service areas. They have set boundaries for service areas.
So be it, I suppose.
We
Thank you.
did get our solar panels that way, though,
Yes,
too.
yes, yes.
So that was good. So we do have that. And there are efficiencies that come through our electric bill. I think there was the $19,000 benefit from that. So we're
Oh,
seeing
okay.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Up next for us is Counselor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, couple of things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
We skipped a
We
board
skipped the
member.
Board of Ed. I'll wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Jay, do you have anything you want to say, Jay, online?
Sure, thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there tonight, but I want to thank everybody for taking the time to have these preliminary discussions about the budget. All I wanted to mention was that, as we discussed at last night's board meeting, I think a number of board members would support adding more money to the superintendent's budget to increase paraeducator compensation. The wages in neighboring towns have really changed quite a bit since their last contract. And while I know it's unusual between contracts, we really value our paraeducators. And I think that they deserve another look. And I think several of us also support adding more special education teachers. The paraeducators and special education, as we know, are both crucial in supporting our highest needs students. And so we look forward to seeing how we can make adjustments to the budget to make sure that those priorities are met. So again, thank you all very much.
Okay, now Counselor Parker, I apologize for that.
Thank you. A few things. Thank you guys for coming out. It was mentioned about losing the 124 people, but you also brought 6 back, which would mean that it was only 119 people that were lost. But that was also under the COVID money, our ESSER. And per other budget discussions, that, per the council, we had said we weren't going to be able to do that and keep people on, and it was only supposed to be temporary. Everybody can go back and watch the preliminary meetings, and every time we had the budget discussing this. So we didn't lose it. It was under a grant fund. Any grants I've worked on has a 3-year limit. And then you're supposed to be able to figure out how to keep people on after that 3-year limit. All grants are that way. So if there's a grant opportunity, which we don't know about, that would have been the best time to try to figure out to do it again. That's 119 people that were hired on during that time period, and you kept 6. So I just don't want to keep saying that we let people go intentionally, or not intentionally, but it was a grant fund. It ends at a certain time period. I've been watching our numbers. Our numbers have been up and down for years for education. So that was concerning then. There's some programs that you've all started that maybe need to put on hold for a little bit until we figure out the education part, not start any new programs. I know there's state mandates coming out, but anything above that needs to be put on hold for a little bit until we can get the elementary part straightened out. So that's my 2 cents. Nurses, you've hired them under your grant because we paid in 2024, because it was a contract under the town council in 24. 25 is under you this year, correct? how many nurses have you hired? Is there a set contract, or is it that you hired them on under the Board of Ed? And are they in this number?
There is a contract, and actually, I had shared it with Mr. Burt when we were in the process of switching over from VNA. We were looking into, I think it was Hartford Healthcare, so we needed to get that contract, and it really was a very fair contract. It was not much more than what it had been the year before. So we hired enough nurses for each of our buildings and nurses' aides, like we had in the past. We also had to hire for Sacred Heart. By law, you have to take care of your, your religious school or your school, the private school. So we did all of that. And then, with that plan in mind, knowing that the DODEA money was coming in, that we could use some of that, the DOD.
Okay, so originally we had 1.3, so you're only going to be able to pay 1 million now? Is that what I'm getting out of that?
I said that because of the way that they transferred in from the VNA, their summer had already been covered, so their payments, so it was like 3/4 of a year instead of a full year.
That's for 25?
That's for this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So under the health line, for that is the 1 million and change?
What, can you give me the number you're
Number
looking at?
8 on page 9. Is that the health staff you're talking about?
Yes, that's exactly right.
So the contract for next year is only 1 million?
That doesn't include the benefits, would be below. So, and we're going to be putting benefits in their own line, but the benefits are, and not all of the nurses take the benefits. Some don't need to have them.
Okay, so which line would their benefits come out of again?
So they're part of the health benefits that are below, but that's just for, they're not disaggregated by that. So I'd have to find out what their actual benefit line
Okay.
would be.
And if you could get us the full numbers of how many nurses per group and the aides. I'm in total agreement with Council Gajewski, Jones, and McBride about prioritizing and seeing where we can go with this and having a plan B. Thank you.
Mike, do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. I had planned to, but things came up. I appreciate the meeting and the exchange of questions and comments. I'm really looking forward to, as we progress as a board, to present you all with an efficient budget that supports the needs of all the students. And I also like the idea of perhaps after we're done with that process, thinking about the Plan Bs that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I do care very much about children's education, two of my children graduated from Fitch, one graduated from Grasso Tech, and they're very accomplished adults, and it was due to their education. But this is a budget session. I'm going to leave emotions out of it. I don't need to hear any rosy stories about what's going to do here and what we're going to do there. I don't need any fluff pieces. I need numbers. What are we going to do with numbers? And I want to focus on that. And the fact that we had some shenanigans last year.
Point of order.
Your point of order.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a mic, please? My point of order is we should not imply intent, and the word shenanigans last year implies that something was out of line, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank you. I concur.
Yeah, I do too.
Please do not,
Yeah, that's like an insult to the board that you're saying shenanigans, so.
Well, the insult is not to the board,
Well, who is it to?
Yeah, I don't appreciate it either.
and you shouldn't.
Counselor
So,
Pacino,
the
please-
fact of the
please
matter
watch your
is,
decorum,
we
Counselor. I am-
also have,
Please watch your decorum, Counselor Pacino.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
we also have $9 million this year that didn't seem to be accounted for correctly, and we went up from a 6.5 to the taxpayer to a 9.08. So where's the number supposed to be? I mean, I don't understand. So.
Well, can I
I'm
jump
not-
in? That was Councilor McBride's 9.8. That wasn't our, he
I know that.
calculated.
This is
Okay.
Counselor Pacino's time, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I
But
fully
he's saying
understand
stuff
that.
that's-
So, I'm having trust issues,
Point of order.
and I
Point
would
of
like
order?
to see,
You can get the mic from the other side.
Again, it's only fair that we do it across the board. Saying there's trust issues is implying a large gross intent on which body, who do you have trust issues with? Would you like to identify? Because
That
that's
is
just.
not a point of order.
Okay,
That's
well, the
not a
point of order of trust is it's
Well,
implying.
Counselors can have trust issues. That is not.
All right, you know what?
Thank you.
I'm gonna stop this on the board's part, and we're gonna leave, okay? Board, we're leaving. No, come on, because I don't like where this is going. Our meeting is adjourned.
Don't you have to vote on that?
Okay, all those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to take a recess as well.
I concur. It is 8:10, and we will be on a 10-minute recess.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay, it is 8:26, we're back from recess. So I was going to give remaining counselors time to have their say as well. Up next was Counselor Rusk.
Madam Mayor, I will be very quick, but Board of Ed member Jen White talked about the best education we can afford. And I believe that's very important. I also want to point out that 35% of Groton residents live at or below the ALICE threshold. So please keep that in mind when you are raising 65% of the budget by at least 6.5%, if not 9% for taxpayers. Couple things I wanted to point out. We keep talking about per pupil spending. I do not believe that our Board of Ed includes CIPs and the school bonding in that. I would say that a lot of districts do. My understanding is that some other districts do. If I'm wrong on that, please correct me. But I would love to know what the number is per pupil spending when you add in CIPs and school bonding, because we have a lot of money that is going to our schools, which benefit our students with our school bonding and our CIPs. My other couple of points are along the lines of what a number of our other counselors have pointed out, in that if we lose federal spending, how we're going to make that up. At the very least, the superintendent talked about losing $500,000 in DoD supplemental aid. In addition to that, we could lose a lot more federal money. And I'm wondering if the Board of Ed has plans to make cuts in the amount of $500,000, or if they are expecting taxpayers to cover that amount. So I would love to know more about that. Unfortunately, I'm not getting an answer tonight. I think, Counselor Parker, I agree with you with the 125 staff members that keep getting brought up. It's an incomplete narrative. Those staff members were brought in under a grant, knowing that they were going to be a 3-year employee. I think continuously talking about that is just an incomplete narrative, and I would ask the board to consider that when they talk about it. I don't want to go too far into this. I'm concerned about the equipment fees and technology. You talked about under equipment was also a truck. I believe that normally goes under CIP, so I'm questioning why that would fall under equipment, because am I remembering correctly that CIPs for the Board of Ed are under CIPs for the town? Is that correct?
For construction things, not laptops, computers for Board of Ed, they've never been under our
But
CIPs. But
what about trucks?
I don't think we've ever put them through. I don't know when the last time we've done one through. It'd be fleet if we did it, but I can't remember the last time it's
Okay.
been done that way.
So if
I'd
I
have
could
to
get
look
some-
into it a little further.
I would love clarification on that. And perhaps we could spread out the purchase of Chromebooks instead of buying, they're looking at an additional $483,000 plus for equipment fees. Maybe that can be spread out. So those were my main points. But I would love to know what the per pupil spending is with all CIPs and school bonding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I was going to thank them for their presentation, and but I've also been watching their budget meetings, and it's been wonderful to see the board going through the budget book and looking at the details and dissecting it and like bringing up items and questions. Though I do have concerns related to many items, but we'll dive deeper into those during our budget deliberations in the future. So my questions and my concerns are, and to be specific, from what I'm seeing is the federal funding cuts for the Department of Defense are related to sanctuary cities. And Connecticut is considered a sanctuary state. The Attorney General for the United States has made comments that sanctuary cities will probably get federal cuts. Then I had federal funding cuts from the president's executive orders, which I've read, and it is pertaining to DEI. And they are basically saying that if you have DEI in your school system, that you are going to lose funding. So I think they're telling us what they might plan to do, and it has been brought up, they're funded through March 14th, and after that, we're going to figure out what they're going to fund, if they're going to have a budget or if they're going to have a shutdown. But eventually, we're going to figure out what they plan on funding in the future. And these are the things I wanted to ask the board chair, if these are topics, specific topics that they will be discussing at their board meetings. And one big overall picture is, as been discussed many times tonight, if we are cut the $6 million out of the Board of Ed's budget from the federal government, and potentially even town funding, I'm not exactly sure how much would be in the town. Are we all going to be working on a plan to review our budgets and be prepared to cut? And what I am understanding, this could be like for the town, it might be services. For the Board of Ed, they might have to like really think of the things that educate the children, like do whatever you can to educate these children. And maybe the other things that are wish lists and things that they would like, or things that don't pertain so much to education, might have to have a very serious discussion by the Board of Ed. I can't tell them what to spend their money on, but I'm going to say I'm very, very concerned about loss of federal funding and the impact. And never mind 9.08, you lose that money. It's drastically going up. Mr. Byrd, did you have anything to say on the town side of it? No? All right, so with that, we're going to move on. And thank you to the Board of Ed for coming this evening and sharing your thoughts with us. Moving on, first order of business is 2025-116 Board of Ed budget discussion. And then this, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. 2025-109 bicycle pump track funding. And this, in our book, is on page 10. Counselor Gajewski, would you like to take that one?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Item 2025-109, bicycle pump track funding. Motion to recommend a resolution to approve $40,000 from the capital improvement fund balance to complete funding for the bike pump track and refer the item to RTM per Rule 6.5-3.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Gajewski, seconded by Rusk. Good evening. Would you like to introduce yourselves and give us a little synopsis?
Joining me is Brian Kent, who is the president of Bike Groton. 4 years ago, Bike Groton approached us with the idea of building a pump track down on the park at Depot Road. And the council at that time thought it was a terrific idea, and we still think it's a terrific idea. They have been busy fundraising over the last 4 years and have raised $80,000. That's a lot of $50, $100 donations. They've also been able to secure grants to support programming for the pump track once it's built. We have gone out to bid, the town's gone out to bid 3 different times, and each time did not have enough money to pay to complete the pump track. The purchasing agent notified us that after 3 times, we could actually go out and solicit a contractor to try to work with. Brian has done that. We have an estimate for the work that needs to be done, but there's 2 pieces that really are essential to complete this project. We can build a pump track without these 2 pieces, but the 2 pieces that we really need in order to be able to maintain the pump track and protect our investment are a fence around the pump track and also water to the pump track. And included in your packet was an illustration that Brian did, kind of showing where the money that we have now would be going to and the needs in order to complete the project. And that's why we're here this evening asking for an additional $40,000 to fully complete this project. And the money would be coming from CIP fund balance.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming before us tonight. I remember this coming out, and it was very exciting. Especially, you know, with COVID and everything, having the option, having more outdoor recreation activities is just an enhancement, not only to our, you know, our tourists, you know, kind of bringing people into our area, whether it being right by Bluff Point, but also as a economic driver. And you know, we would be, there's only one other one in the state, if I remember from my notes, perhaps, or two, was it? I guess that's my first question.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Brian.
Well, since we were before you previously, I think a couple more have been built, but there's nothing in southeast Connecticut that I can refer you to that would be similar to this.
Great, so it puts us on the map in our region anyway, and it's definitely great with Bluff Point right there. There's a lot of bike traffic, so I think it's great. I think it's a great use of space. So I guess my question, I guess through the mayor to the town manager, I know that we pretty much allocated all the remaining ARPA funding, is that correct?
Yes, I would recommend using capital project fund balance for this.
I mean, I just commend you guys for the amount of work you're doing and just your fundraising efforts. I think that really shows that you're invested in this project. So, you know, you just didn't present an idea, you came with like an idea, a solution, and you worked hard to try to fundraise to make it happen. So I thank you for that. I'm in full support of this. I think it's great. I think it's an investment in Groton. I think it will be an attraction, and it will get people, you know, out there using their bikes and, you know, getting the exposure. And it just brings a unique driver to our area. So again, I just thank you enough for everything that you've done and all of the people who've invested in this and the donations. I think it just makes sense, and it's good for Groton. So thank you.
Counselor Bacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know how many people are watching that has the same question, but what's a pump track?
So it's a type of a bicycle track that is a closed circuit. So it's, say, the size of 2 tennis courts put together in this case, and a person on a bicycle starts on a raised mound of, in our case, soil. Our track will be built from a special soil mix. And other tracks that you might see if you look at pump tracks if you investigate it on your own, you'll see many are paved. And the paved tracks are advantageous for a variety of reasons. Maintenance is one of them, but also other kinds of wheeled vehicles to ride on. But they cost 3 or 4 times what this will cost. So in the interest of economy, we have undertaken a dirt track. And really, pump tracks originated in the dirt. And there are a series of mounds that a bicycle rides. The track part is about as wide as one of these tables that you're actually riding on. And the way it's designed, the mounds allow a rider to pump, which means to lift and to push the bicycle up and down and generate speed without actually pedaling. So ideally, a well-designed pump track and a person who's skillful and fit can ride around and around without ever having to pedal the bike. And it's a terrific workout. It's loads of fun. Kids in particular really get a lot out of it. And it's a great physical activity. So it pairs, you know, fun and physical activity, and it's available to all ages. And we selected this location because it's adjacent to an enormous neighborhood with a lot of kids who are necessarily really able to access the best quality athletic and recreational facilities. And this would put one right at their doorstep. And so we've received grants from the judicial branch, a youth violence prevention grant. So we're in our second year with that one. We've been buying bicycles with that and repair equipment, and we're planning programs where we can teach kids from the neighborhood and elsewhere how to ride the pump track, how to repair and maintain bikes. And we've got a lot of people that are just really anxious for this to be implemented. I'm asked all the time, when's it gonna happen, you know? And my answer is soon. Soon.
I have actually seen these. I didn't know what they were called. I didn't know they were called pump tracks. I know what you're talking about now, and I understand it.
Okay.
My next question would be future maintenance. What are we looking at for future maintenance costs?
Well, so really, it's like I said, it's just dirt. And the plans, which my firm Kent Frost developed the full set of drawings and documentation for this pro bono. So that was a large donation in itself. The plans include a small storage area for additional soil, which will be used to patch potholes and ruts and that sort of thing. And so it's just handwork to maintain it. It can't be ridden in the winter because the ground's frozen or the ground's thawing, and it really has to have a fence around it. And Parks and Rec needs to be able to lock the gates for the winter season so that it's not damaged. But once everything thaws out, dries out, then you ride it, and you just have volunteers or Parks and Rec staff that can be trained how to just go out there with some shovels and wheelbarrows and just to tune it up on a sustainable basis. And that's really all that's involved. And the water is needed because you do need to wet it down in the dry summer months. And you need to maintain the hard packed surface with sprays of water from time to time. So water is very important.
Thank you very much. I'm on the board.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question?
Is it possible through the mayor, through the town manager, that you could maybe put that drawing up of the pump track that we got 4 years ago of the plan? If you have it, just a thought, just because some people might not be familiar with it.
I'll look, see if I have it.
I think I
Sure.
have it.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Councilor Rusk.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for raising so much money. Often we get asked for money without, I feel like you've invested so much into this, so thank you. I just want for clarification, Parks and Rec owns this and will maintain this? Is that?
The maintenance, yes. To your first question is, it's being put on-town property. That was the agreement that Bike Groton, when they approached us, they said, look, we'll fundraise, we'll do what we can to help construct it, and then, yes, it'll get turned over to the town. Maintenance will be a collaborative effort between both Parks and Recreation and what I think will be a community similar to the skate park, in that there will be a group of kids and adults that will, see this, take ownership of this as their own, and will work to make sure that it stays in top shape.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Pacino.
I had one quick question to the mayor, to the town manager. Can you pull up? Forget it, I'm done. I was just going to ask you to do that.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't know what happened over years ago was what I was asking. I wasn't here then.
Thanks for pulling it up, John.
Sure, and unfortunately, because I'm running it from here, I can't make it as big as I could if it was running from there.
Well, that's the site. Do you have actually what the pump track looks like, or?
There it is, yep, that's the one I was talking about.
Okay. So, will there be an auto, water spraying system, like a sprinkler system that will take care of this, or will you need manpower to go out there and maintain it?
Yes,
To
we will
water it?
need manpower to go out and enhance. It won't be like an athletic field where the water comes on at designated times. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just hoping that maybe we could have built or contributed to building some of these in-house. I've already talked to the town manager about it, and I guess it's more complicated because I know like Parks and Rec built a T-ball field, and they built a 50-70 field where they're absolutely beautiful. So I was hoping, but I guess that's not quite possible. But I consider this to be a continued investment in our community, which gives kids something to do. While many things have closed over the past, I don't know, like past decade. I mean, it just seems like there's less and less for young people to do in our community. So I think this is wonderful. And while I'm very concerned about finances right now, I will say, I think in the big scheme of things, asking or applying another $40,000, which is very small in the big scheme of things. But thank you for this, and thank you for keeping at it, because you've been at this for years, so I thank you. All right, Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Berry, and thank you to the, all the efforts by all the mountain bikers and everybody else who's done this. And I support this project. This is, I think this started in the last council, and we've been moving it forward through there. Just a question about the fence, and you're talking about in the wintertime, you're going to lock it. Is this something that also gets locked at nighttime? Does it need somebody to go out there and do it? What's your sort of thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can make a faithful commitment that it would get locked every night, but there's not going to be any lights on it. Yeah, we probably won't lock it every night. But the fence was more to protect the investment in those times where it's either too wet or too muddy, because it is a dirt track, and, we don't want it to break down and require additional unnecessary maintenance because somebody was on it when they shouldn't have been really using it.
I mean, that was my same question that Councilor Pacino did, was what was the ongoing maintenance that's going to be needed to take care of this? And I guess it's a combination of volunteer and town.
Right, yes.
Okay. Do we do that anywhere else? I mean, I know the skate park is a self-contained, they pretty much police and take care of their own
They do.
park. But
Yes, yeah. And, if there's, the skate park's a little bit different because you're talking about concrete versus dirt, but they, if there's graffiti, we are aware that at times they've gone to Johnson's and picked up a gallon of paint and covered over whatever was there, even though that really should fall under Parks and Recreation. But again, they're kind of invested in that, and I fully expect that will be the case at the pump track.
Okay. And you currently, from the money you've fundraised and the grants, you currently have enough money to build this right now. It's just this money, this extra $40,000 is for the hydrant, the water line, and the fence. But you have the money to build the whole pump track. Is that correct?
So through the process of the multiple bids, we were able to get accurate information on what everything would cost. And that helped us negotiate with a local contractor a scope of work that fits within the budget that we have. And so that includes the earthwork and the drainage, which is very important because we were adjacent to the Quantic River. We had to go through the CAM application, and we did the full site plan applications. And so drainage and effective soil filtration was part of the design. So there's quite a bit of that. There's rain gardens in there, and there's seed mixes that are wildflowers and grasses and that sort of thing. What is not part of the project, though, are some of the enhancements that are just above and beyond what we're asking for tonight, such as an electrical connection and a few other things that we just decided maybe down the road, if Pump Track is really successful and there's enough use and perhaps even more fundraising privately, we could possibly find some sponsors for some of those things. But this will build the track and make it usable. In the process of the bidding and the negotiations with contractors, we learned that just connecting to the water main in Depot Road is a $20,000 budget number. We were really surprised by how expensive that part of this is. So there were some things in here that just were unexpected that, raised the cost. So this money, if you approve it, if we receive these funds, we can build the track. It will be, well used and protected and have what it needs to be maintained.
And do you think you can start this spring? If you get this money, can you
Yes.
begin almost immediately with
Absolutely.
spring's coming up?
Yep.
Yeah, that's our
That's
goal.
your goal.
Yeah, and that's what the contractor has said, that they could do it this spring.
Okay. Cool. All right. I'll just throw the idea of the Pequannock Plains Park lighting was so successful going around, and that doesn't take any electrical connection. So it just throw the idea out there that it's a great way to kind of light something easily.
Right, well, we're not actually looking for lighting.
Yeah, no, I know you're not. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
in
we're
the
looking for-
future, if you're thinking about, if
Right.
it's successful and you wanted to do
Right.
it, that
Sure.
lighting system that Mr. Berry put in is terrific. So, all right, great. I'm in favor of this, so.
Counselor Merritt?
Yes. I know the general location of this, but is it out in front or is it over and back off of Depot Road, over and back of the park that's there now?
Well, it would actually be part of the park.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Oh,
not up,
Right.
it's
but
gone.
It would be
Yeah.
behind, there's an existing parking lot and a playground, and then there's some open space headed towards the tracks and towards the river.
Yeah.
It would be in that area.
I'm just curious about that expense for the water line, because the water is right there. There's a pit right there. You could tie into that.
No, you can't.
Why? Why not?
Believe me, we've tested all the alternatives. That pit serves Bluff Point. So that's a dedicated water line to Bluff Point. It cannot be shared, according to Groton Utilities.
Really?
Believe me, I've asked. Can't
Okay.
touch it.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you. Looking at the water line, with that being there, is any talk about putting a fountain in for people to fill up their bottles and maybe?
Yes. In
Right.
fact, we did such thorough drawings and documentation specifications, and there is a water fountain in the design that we can't afford.
Sorry, could you stop my time?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Like 8 seconds went off. Sorry.
Should I rewind?
No.
No, not you, yeah. I'm on a tight schedule here with my
Now,
time.
we have the design for a water fountain. It could be added to the project. All we would need is the funding to do it, but we just don't have it here. But it's ready and waiting, so it would be a phase 2.
Okay, I just was thinking, with climate change and the how warm our summers are,
Yeah.
I just didn't want, if the water line's coming in, I just want to make sure it's connected enough that we could
Yeah.
connect very easily
Absolutely.
to
Absolutely.
put that. And we'll put the bug out there. Maybe there's somebody out there listening
For sure.
that wants to, with the water line coming in, wants to donate, that cost, let's just say it costs $10,000 to make the water, the spigot for drinking. That would be something we could put out there to the community and let other people know. So I'm really excited about it, as I stated, and I just excited to see where it's going to go. And I did a lot of research on this when you presented originally, and to me, again, as it was stated, it's a no-brainer, and it's definitely an investment, and I'm happy to hear that you're thinking about the youth in that area. My next question is through the mayor to Mr. Berry. Any plans of incorporating some park and recreational things in our little handbook, for activities wrapped around this? Like, there's swimming lessons and this lessons and that. Any thoughts of utilizing this from a town's perspective as an enhancement, maybe with some training, right? Someone may not know what the heck a pump track is, and, there might be some pump track classes in the summer or a pump track camp for an hour on, Monday mornings or something. Is there any thought of that?
Yes, and I'm not going to take credit for this. Bike Groton has already taken the initiative and has received grant funding a couple of times, and they have already purchased bikes for both adults and for children. And they're currently being stored in the community center, and we're just ready and waiting to do that. And there are people, community members that would be willing to, we fully plan to incorporate, like we do with swim lessons and others, opportunities to train, to expose kids that have never been, on a pump track to training and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a great way to enhance our catalog.
Yeah.
As another activity. As a person who used to shop around for their kids in different areas, if one town didn't have it, I looked at the next town. And sometimes the out-of-town fee was like 10 or 15 bucks different, so it was nice. And you could find different activities, like, I used to go to, I think, East Lyme for fencing and different areas like that. So it'd be great to have something unique that our surrounding towns wouldn't have in their card catalog, that we could provide some type of like pump track camp, for 2 weeks in the summer, for different age groups. You could break it up for older and younger, and it would be a great way. I'm not saying it's going to be a huge money driver, but it would be a great enhancement in our portfolio, so to speak. So I'm excited to see that. So thank you for that.
All right, I don't see any more hands, so I'm gonna end with this. There's a liaison with Electric Boat. His name is Ross Giandaro. He is a liaison who works with Electric Boat and the government, and they are looking to partner with groups in our community and to make Electric Boat have more of a presence. That's what I was specifically told by the CEO of Electric Boat. And Russ Giordaro is somebody you may want to contact because they are looking to partner up. So with that, let's take a vote on this. It is 2025-109 bicycle pump track funding. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 9-0. I wish you much speed in getting this done, and let's hope it's as popular as the skate park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is 2025-113, neglected cemetery grant. This is on page 12 of our packet. And Councilor McBride, would you like to take the cemeteries?
Sure. Item 2025-113, neglected cemetery grant application. The motion is to recommend a resolution to authorize the town manager or his designee to apply for, execute, and accept grant funding in the amount of $5,000 from the neglected cemetery grant.
Second. Moved by McBride, seconded by Franco. You want to give us a synopsis about our
Sure.
cemeteries?
Yes, so the Parks and Recreation Department currently maintains 13 cemeteries. The state is offering money in a neglected cemetery account grant to make repairs to stones within ancient cemeteries. Our park staff in 2024 cataloged all of the different cemeteries, took pictures, identified the number of broken or leaning or damaged stones, and we would utilize this $5,000 towards beginning to make repairs in those cemeteries to either straighten up the stone, or if it's completely broken, to fix it, or if it's damaged, to fix those also.
Okay. Councilor Bordelon.
No, thank you for applying for this. I think it's, once again, a no-brainer kind of thing, like, why not? I think it's a great opportunity. And I think it is important to protect history that's there. So I just think it's great that we apply and, try to maintain. There's a lot of people's history that is attached there, so I don't see any problem with it. Thank you for applying.
Sure.
All right, I don't see any other hands. Let's take.
Pacino.
Oh, Councilor Pacino, I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Through the mayor, to Mr. Berry.
How far will $5,000 go? That's a lot of cemeteries.
Yeah. We were not able to get somebody to come out to look at the stones and give us an estimate, but that would be part of this whole process. And $5,000 is not going to go very far. But it is a step in the right direction, I feel.
So with that $5,000, you're going to get a better estimate to maybe apply for a different grant later on down the line?
Yeah, so this particular grant, the history behind this grant is the last couple of cycles, it's been every 2 years. You know, we're always looking for grant opportunities, and we'll continue to do that. Once we have somebody come out and do an assessment, you know, and we've got a total number, then, you know, perhaps we could look at starting to put that in our operating budget, you know, putting money in dedicated to the restoration of stones in the different cemeteries. So it's part of, it's difficult to know how far that will go until we have somebody come out and say, you know, it's $1,000 for this stone. You know, each stone is going to be unique, depending on how its age and how fragile it is. You know, there may be some stones that just, due to their age, they can't be repaired, you know, because they've, depending on the type of stone, you know, just through natural weathering over a couple of hundred years, we may not be able to fix all the stones. So once we have an estimate, then we can kind of decide, okay, how can we get our biggest bang for the buck?
Okay. Another question is, how many cemeteries are out there are not ancient cemeteries that are on the cusp, that are going to become our problem?
That's a great question, and I don't have an answer for you.
Okay. And the last question, how many famous people we got?
I'm sorry?
How many famous people we got laying around in our cemeteries?
How many famous people?
Yeah.
I
You
don't
read
have-
the names?
No.
I would say all of them.
Yes,
All of them.
yes.
All
I'm
of them are
sure
famous.
yes.
We'll make them famous.
Yeah.
Counselor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 30 seconds. I had no idea this fell under Parks and Rec, so thank you for taking care of this, because obviously if you guys weren't doing it, it would just fall apart even more and be completely neglected. So I appreciate what you do with this.
Thanks.
Counselor Borderline.
Is there any connection to any of the, like, when we take them over, at what point do we take on these ancient, like, what's the rule for that?
Yeah, that's another great question. I don't think that, since I've been here, I don't think we've taken on any new cemeteries, so that's why I'm not really familiar with what the process is. Yeah.
And then my last question, when we take these over, do we get all the archives and all the information that goes with them?
I think most of that information is with the town clerk.
Okay. And do we try to continue a connection to reach out to extended families that may be still around?
No.
Because I saw that some towns, you can do, for example, well, I'll just be honest. For example, as people pass, usually the grave sites rights go to the next of kin, traditionally. So, for example, in my family, I know people have passed, and those older people have passed on, and so then if the stone was to break, right, I could be contacted and say, hey, your great whoever, stone broke, it was vandalized, what would you like to do? Would you like us, do you want to come down and repair it, or whatever? So I just don't know if there's ever been a committee or a group to really work, because there could be people that might live in different states that still know that they're, you know what I mean?
Right, sure.
That might be willing to repair some of these had they known, or, how do we have the information? And that's just like the, I guess.
Right, and perhaps that would be a next step in the or in the work that we've already done,
Yeah.
is to identify, each stone that's been either broken or damaged, and somehow work with the town clerk to go back to see if there's a way to connect
All right.
what's happened to that stone with a family. Most of these cemeteries are really, really old, so I think making that connection could be a challenge, just because of the years in between.
I was just thinking with Find a Grave and all the ancestry stuff, people can go on and look and find exact markers, locations, like these are, I don't know, I guess my brain has kind of went down a little bit of a hole here, but I think there could be a possibility for we have a Veterans Committee, I think there could be, to help you guys, maybe a cemetery committee of sorts that would be helping, looking at some of those records. There's people who enjoy this, is what I'm saying. And it might help cut the costs because there might be ways of fundraising and helping. So I might make a referral to see if we can get a group together. I know I would be interested in it because the archive information I found about my own family in grave sites that are 1700s and older, it's so important when they're marked properly to go back to do your genealogy and your family tree. So I can see it's a heavy load for you guys. I can see it'd be a heavy load for the town clerk. So maybe a group that's volunteers, that we have beautification, we have veterans. Why not have a cemetery committee of people who really care about ancestry? There's diehard ancestry people. So I don't know, just a thought. I'll put that referral forward and see if there could be, a group of people that want to raise up and help volunteer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes,
I've got a little background on cemeteries if you want to hear it.
sure.
First of all, the town agrees they actually seek out those cemeteries. And first of all, they have to be identified as abandoned, certain criteria, meaning no burials have taken place and no plots have been sold for at least 40 years. Additionally, the cemetery must have been left without maintenance for at least 10 years. You have to try to identify any owners of the cemetery or individual plots or graves. We're required to let them know any found that we are attempting to acquire that property. There's an opportunity for them to object, and then if there is no objection, then you can go through the rest of the process to obtain the property.
Thank you for that. I'll just take my last 20 seconds. I think that's great, and it'd be great to kind of help with that, have a group that can kind of help with that process, because I'm sure it's a heavy lift, and it's a lot on Parks and Rec, you know what I mean, to be able to do. There's no way. No. So it would be group to have a committee that's really into that, and people who love genealogy and might find some famous people in there. It would be really, really cool. So I'll send that referral as a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we come across Jimmy Hoffa, we'll let you know.
All righty. I don't see any other hands, so we will take a vote on 2025-113, neglected cemetery grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 9-0. Thank you for applying for the grant. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Up next, what? Up next, we're going to take a recess from our meeting, and we will begin the Town Council special meeting. So we are in the Town Council special meeting, February 11th, 2025. It is 9:10, calling this to order. All are present. We have new business, 2025-113-1, neglected cemetery grant. Counselor Jones, would you like to take that one?
2025-113 neglected cemetery grants. Resolve that the town manager, John Burt, or his designee may apply for, execute any and all documents to secure the grant and accept the neglected cemetery grant funding in the amount of $5,000. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Gajewski.
Mayor, just for the public's information, the reason we're doing this all in one night is the deadline is prior to the regular council meeting.
All right, thank you for sharing that. Okay, not seeing any hands, we're going to vote on 2025-113-1, neglected cemetery grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? It's past Town Council, Mr. Barry. Take a motion.
Motion.
Adjourn the special
Second.
meeting.
Second.
Moved by Gieske. Second by Rusk. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? Passes 9-0 to 0. All right, we are back in our regular committee of the whole. It is now 9:12 PM. All right, on to our next item, 2025-117, the Groton Town License Plate Policy Referral. This starts on page 37 of our, no, I'm sorry, I'm on page 36 of our packet. Counselor Merritt, would you like to read that one? It's on page 36, the motion at the bottom.
I don't have my paperwork with me, but I'm the one that made the referral. Motion to recommend a resolution requiring any agency that utilizes the Town of Groton government license plates to place semi-permanent agency logos on the vehicle utilizing the license plate, with magnetic logos not being allowed.
Second. Moved by Merritt, seconded by Franco. This was your referral. Would you like to talk about it and share your rationale and reason behind it? Because,
Well, my only rationale is if you wear our plates, which we're responsible for, you should identify your vehicle to go along with the plates as being a town vehicle. And that's the only purpose it should be used for.
Mayor? Just so you know, in terms of outside agencies that use our plates, you have the ambulance services, fire departments, Board of Ed, Groton Housing Authority, No Ink Water Company, and Shellfish Commission for boat trailers. To mine and Greg Hanover's knowledge, there's only one agency, the Housing Authority, that does not do the logos currently. And he and I are both in support of this.
okay.
We already do it through all our vehicles. So. And just to point out, the motion said magnetic logos not being allowed. I would tweak that in the resolution. They're allowed, they're just not allowed as the primary. You have to have the logo. You could, there could be some occasion where you also have that.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Well, right there, it looks like it absolutely bans magnetic logos. There might be a time you do want to add the primary, you have to have the semi-permanent, but there could be an occasion where you might also have need of a magnetic, so I wouldn't say you'd totally ban it. So. For instance, the vehicle in the parade where we
A vehicle in the parade? Do we put town license plates on those?
No, but I just said like we use those magnets.
Okay. Counselor Counselor Merritt, are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, I can entertain questions.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
I'm in support of it. I have to step away, but I have to be here for my vote to count? Just
Yes.
all right. I am in support of it.
Okay. Counselor Pacino, did you have your hand up, or did I?
No, I'm in favor of a break.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands. I guess we're going to take a vote on this. All those in favor of
Aye.
2025-117 Groton Town License Plate Policy Referral?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? There we go. That passes 9-0 to 0. There you go. So it is 9:16. Our next item on is 2025-118 Groton Heights Property Sale Review Committee Shortlist Recommendation. This is an executive session. All right, so I have a motion for executive session that'll be read. Prior to, did you want to speak prior to going to executive session?
Yes.
All right, we have Director Reiner here.
Go quorum.
What?
The quorum, there's conversations going on down there. I just want to hear what you're saying. I couldn't hear. Sorry.
Thank you. No sidebar conversations, please. Thank you. All right, Director Reiner, are you going to do a presentation first? Okay. All right.
Thanks for having us give us a minute while Town Manager Burt just uploads the presentation. John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development, with me here tonight.
Corinne Piazza, Community and Economic Development Manager.
So we wanted to kind of give a little overview of the process in open session for full transparency, just talk about kind of what the PSRC did, and then we'll go into executive session from there.
Yes, I can start reading that. I'm gonna run it from here just because it's not reading it. Okay, it's in the back right now. You want to switch out to the front?
I've been there.
Yes.
And my daughter did New Year's on the other side of that bridge.
And the executive one will be for executive session, so we'll use that second one as well.
Oh, I thought that was it. I didn't see the Opera House.
Thank you so much. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Oh.
All right,
That's
people
okay.
at
I
home,
can
we're
say
just
next
about
slide.
ready here. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to further introductions, for the PSRC, I administrated the process, and Director Reiner was a member of that, so just in addition to our introductions. So for the first slide, please, if you could just switch to the next one. Oh,
All good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for this portion of the presentation, just to give you an idea of what we'll go over, we're going to do a quick overview of the town property disposition process and where we are now. We're going to go over the review of the Groton Heights Property Sale Review Committee roles and responsibilities and the outcomes for their tasks and the town council's next steps. And then in executive session, we'll jump into our staff presentation of the PSRC recommendation to you. And you'll have your town council discussion and decision on next steps as was outlined in the referral packet. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so for the disposition process background, and some of this information the council's received before, some of it is just for those folks who are following along and may not have seen a meeting on this topic yet. We wanted to just provide some background there that in July of 2023, Town Council adopted the new town-owned property reuse evaluation process. In September 10th, 2024, you approved for us to release the Groton Heights and Pleasant Valley RFPs. Additionally, you approved an RFP reformat that we did to improve clarity and help align the scoring process. And then the Groton Heights property was, the RFP was closed on December 2nd, and our PSRC held a 4-meeting schedule starting on December 9th and concluded on January 13th with their recommendation at Town Council this evening. So the Property Sale Review Committee roster is made up by the mayor, per our policy, includes 2 town councilors, 2 RTM members, 1 Economic Development Commission member, the town manager, and OPDS staff member. They hold a 4-meeting schedule, and this is very succinct. Their objectives are clearly outlined, and essentially they do a preliminary round of scoring of the RFPs. This allows them to get very familiar with the content as it relates to what was asked for by the town council. They do a discussion of those preliminary scores, and they select a short list for interviews and identify any clarifying questions they want additional information on. Then they hold those interviews, then have a discussion and arrive at a final short list for town council, which you'll see this evening. And then these meetings overall are managed through the town manager's office and posted. And it's all aligned, and the PSRC review is essentially aligned with the public benefits and preferred scope of development that the town council identified in the RFP. We wanted to touch briefly on why we go into executive session as well when discussing the RFPs. And there's several good reasons for this. The first one being Connecticut state law. This really provides for confidentiality during the review and selection process. And that's so that there's consistency across all municipalities on the expectations for anyone bidding on a contract. It's also for protection of proprietary information. Sometimes there's things like personal credit scores or things like that in these proposals. And creating a process that a respondent can rely on certain things being confident allows us to get the best information possible. Third is fairness. It allows us to preserve the integrity of the RFP response and review process and make sure that all participants have a fair opportunity to provide their best concept. Fourth is town advantage. It's actually really helps us receive or be in the strongest position possible for selecting the project that best meets our town goals. We've used the example before that if you were selling your house and asking for several bids, if that were public, you'd have to go with the lowest bidder. No one would really offer you a better deal if they knew what the lowest one was. So it really is advantageous for the town to do these discussions this way. And then finally, there's also checks and balances within executive session. This is built into the process. These aren't one-on-one conversations. All of our elected town council members are here, our staff, our respondents. And then additionally, the information is provided to the public just at the time after negotiations. And they also have the chance to provide feedback on that final concept before it's selected by town council. You've seen this graphic before. We don't have to go through all of it, but essentially we've moved our little yellow button of We Are Here onto tonight's task, where our Property Sale Review Committee has reviewed the responses and made a recommendation, and you'll consider those for the selection of a preferred developer. Next slide, please. And then we're moving out of this pink phase and now into this blue phase, where your selection of that final developer takes about 60 to 90 days. And then we move into the negotiation and legal agreements. And this section is very important because this is where the teeth live. So, or excuse me, the teeth are for the town to really implement what everyone has agreed to will happen for this project. And then for our final slide, essentially the next steps for town council are you received the responses for the shortlist recommendation last week. Tonight we'll present to you those recommendations in further detail as for those that were selected and were not. And then you can decide this evening if you want to move ahead with one of the recommendations or if you prefer to interview the recommendations. If you choose the interview route, you can also provide clarifying questions that the respondents can respond to in their interview. And then it moves to a public hearing for community feedback. And those materials will be posted, obviously, for them to engage with in order to provide feedback at the public hearing. And then you would move towards your decision on your selected preferred concept and developer team. And then that recommendation is forwarded to the RTM. So that is it for our public portion of the meeting before we dive into executive session. If there are any questions, or if we just want to move right in.
And the only other item I want to mention is this presentation was already supplied to the town manager in a PDF format, so it'll be distributed publicly, made part of the record, so folks will have copies of that.
Councilor Bordelon, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to speak. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very, the process is much more streamlined and open, and I think there's definitely a trackability to it. So I do appreciate all your hard work. As a person who sent the referral for some type of, a committee to be formed, and thanks to Councilor McBride for chairing that committee per my referral. Even though all the nuts and bolts didn't make it into it, a vast majority of the ideas and concepts did. And I just am excited to see how this goes. And it definitely presents well, and it has a flow and a process. So for me, it's a win, and let's see where it goes. So I thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
All right, Counselor Rusk, would you like to read the motion for executive session?
Thank you. Motion for executive session. I hereby move that the members of the Town Council, Town Manager John Burt, Planning Director John Reiner, Economic Development Manager Corinne Piazza, RTM Representative Jackie Massett, RTM Representative Susan Dean Shinbrot, and Economic Development Commission Member Pantea Umritz go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 1-200, 6D for the discussion of the selection of a site or the lease, sale, or purchase of real estate by the state or a political subdivision of the state concerning the negotiations for the potential sale of the former Groton Heights school property.
Second.
Moved by Rusk, seconded by Pacino. All right, prior to us voting on this, I have a statement I'd like to read. I'm going to recuse myself from the Groton Heights RFP deliberations. Because of allegations, be it false, nevertheless, allegations have been made that I made a quid pro quo promise to a developer to assist them in winning this project. Again, I fully maintain that these false allegations, they're completely false against me. To maintain the integrity of this process and to avoid any appearance of conflict of interest or a bias, I will recuse myself. With that, we will take a vote on going into the motion for executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 8-0 with Franco recusing herself. And it is 9:29 PM. And 9:29.
You almost lost it.
Okay, it is 10:57. The council has come out of executive session. Just to know, I was not in the executive session with the council. For any kind of update, Councilor Parker, would you like to share?
Yes, coming out of executive session. Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Mr. Burt, could you please inform Mr. Reiner to put forth a list for the interview, the short list out for interview process?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Motion adjourned by Gieske. Seconded by Rusk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? It is 10:58, and we're adjourned.